Senator Gannon, how you doing? Thank you. Amen, brother. The Senate will come out of recess. Have a recess on April 23rd, 2026. The Senate will come to order. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We're now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, Robin Nofsky.
Good morning. Our God and the God of all people, God of the poor and God of the powerful, God of the rich and God of the wretched, God of hubris and God of humility, God of those who believe and those who are beleaguered, God of those who have no God. We come together this morning in this place of privilege and power to pray on behalf of those who have been chosen to lead our great state of New Hampshire. On this day of deliberation, may you open your eyes to all who deliberate so that they might see the possibilities that lie in front of them. May they hear the cries of those who are in pain, who suffer from the inequities and inequalities that plague our cities and towns. And may they hear the exuberance of those who are inspired by hope and the promise of tomorrow. May this be a day of transformation. May you, our legislators, find ways to connect with one another, to build bridges of cooperation and collaboration that break down the barriers of political isolation and one-upmanship. May every disagreement that occurs in this room be for the sake of our common vision of a path to improve our state, to improve our communities, to improve this sacred chamber, to improve ourselves. May you treat one another with dignity and respect. May you heed God's call to avoid lashon hara, hateful speech, as God teaches that such speech damages the speaker, the hearer, and the person about whom the speaker speaks. God, you have given us all the ability to learn and grow. May we all strive to accept the individual gifts that we all bring to our collective work. May we treasure the possibilities that emerge from deliberations, and may the work that this Senate does bring us one more step closer to the perfection of your all too imperfect world. Help us to see your presence wherever we gaze. Forgive our weaknesses. Push us to go beyond our limits. God, help these senators work together to do the vitally important work of shepherding our great state of New Hampshire toward a path of compassion and wholeness. Heal our divisions, and together let us say, Amen.
Thank you very much. The Senate will please remain standing while the Senator Prentice leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excused for today, Senator Avard, Senator Carson, and Senator Ricciardi. Please be seated. Introduction of guest, Senator Long.
That's who just.
Thank you, Mr. President. It gives me great honor in introducing Caroline Grace Martell. Caroline Grace Martell has distinguished herself as an exemplary youth leader within Scouting America, demonstrating sustained commitment, initiative, and service across multiple programs. As an Eagle Scout and recipient of the 2025 New Hampshire Eagle Scout of the Year Award, she has held numerous leadership roles, including Senior Patrol Leader, Boatswain, Vice President of the Program, and Interim President of the Council Venturing Officers Association. Her leadership has extended across troops, crews, ships, and packs, where she has consistently mentored young scouts, organized programs, and strengthened unit operations. Her accomplishments also include earning 132 merit badges, multiple National Outdoor Achievement Awards, and recognition such as Venturing Leadership Award and the Scouts BSA World Conservation Award. Carolyn's dedication to service and outdoor excellence is reflected in her extensive list of achievements and major initiatives. She successfully planned and led a complex Eagle Scout service project with a $4,500 budget, benefiting her community while earning national recognition through the Messenger of Peace Champion Award. As part of this effort, she planned, designed, and led the construction of a remembrance, reflection, and peace park at a county pauper cemetery, bringing dignity and recognition to those buried in previously unmarked graves. Her work includes researching and compiling the names of those for public access, installing flagpole lighting and signage, and ensuring the flag is displayed in accordance with the United States Flag Code. The project also included the creation of benches for seating, planters for flowers, landscaping with brushes and trees for shade, and clearing brush to improve safety and accessibility, thereby creating a respectful space for the community to gather and honor the deceased while addressing a long-standing historical oversight. In addition, she has demonstrated advanced outdoor leadership by organizing and leading a 50-mile-high adventure trek, enabling multiple participants to earn the prestigious 50-miler award, and developing a structured long cruise program to support future youth advancement. She is actively working to expand opportunities in Sea Scouting through the establishment of a new ship in partnership with the Massapequa Yacht Club, and plays a key role in revitalizing the Council Venturing Officers Association. Through her leadership, service, and dedication to the values of Scouting, Caroline Grace Martell has made a lasting impact on her community and fellow Scouts. Her commitment to mentoring others, promoting conservation and outdoor ethics, and advancing youth leadership programs exemplifies the highest ideals of Scouting America and stands as a model of excellence, citizenship, and service worthy of formal recognition and recommendation. So my colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Caroline Grace Martell.
Without objection, the clerk shall read the first complete House message, and thereafter only the title of each bill shall be read. The clerk is instructed to enter all House messages into the journal. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House of Representatives concurs with the Senate in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in which passage of which amendment the House asks the concurrence of the Senate. Senate Bill 593, relative to landfills.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 593-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 448FN, modifying the definition of a veteran.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 448-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 464FN, relative to civil rights enforcement.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 464-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 505FN, relative to applications for guide licenses and repealing the fee for temporary registration of non-residents relative to OHRVs.
Senator Lang moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 505-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 540 FN, relative to plug-in solar generation systems.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 540-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 548 FN, relative to healthcare provider contract standards.
Senator Rochford moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 548-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 586 FN, requiring chartered public schools, school administrative units, cities, and school districts not audited under RSA 6715 to be audited by an independent public accountant after the end of the fiscal year, and requiring the results of such audits to be made available to the public.
Senator Gray moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 586-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 589 FN, relative to port electrification, microgrid development, and cybersecurity standards for the energy and water systems.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 589-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 595, relative to rulemaking for transient non-community water systems.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 595. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 610 FN, requiring an opportunity for public comment prior to proposed long-term care rate increases under certain circumstances.
Senator Rochford moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 610-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 619 FN, establishing procedures for expedited court hearings and deposition of confiscated animals.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 619-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 633 FN, relative to donations received by the Granite Patron of Arts Fund.
Senator Lang moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 633-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House.
Yep, right there, that first one. Just read it. Thank you, Mr. President. The House of Representatives refuses to concur with the Senate in the adoption of amendments to the following entitled bills sent down from the Senate. House Bill 191, providing criminal penalties for the transporting of an emancipated minor to order to obtain a surgical procedure or termination of minor's pregnancy without parental permission, and requests a committee of conference. And then you can go.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate refuse to accede to the House request for a committee of conference on House Bill 191-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Excuse me, the noes have it.
The ayes have it. that
The ayes
it's-
have it, excuse me.
It's refused to accede. We refuse.
I'm still getting there.
That's okay.
The Senate refuses to recede. Accede, excuse me. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 510, establishing a commission to study due process in higher education disciplinary proceedings.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate refuse to accede to the House request for a committee of conference on HB 510-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate does not accede to
The
that.
ayes have it. That's-
Yes. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1130 FN, establishing a committee to study the procedure for judicial performance evaluations.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate refuse to accede to the House request for a committee of conference on HB 1130-FN. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Without objection, today's finance report is adopted. The following bills were removed from the consent calendar. In Commerce, HB 1010, HB 1540, HB 1554-FN, and Energy, HB.
We got to.
We're going to start that over. In Commerce, HB 1010, removed by Senator Innes and Senator Murphy. HB 1540, removed by Senator Perkins Coca and Senator Murphy. HB 1554-FN, removed by Senator Magoo and Senator Birdsall. Energy and Natural Resources, HB 1275, removed by Senator Birdsall and Senator Carson. HB 1718-FN, removed by Senator Waters and Senator Avard. Executive Departments and Administration, HB 1544, removed by Senator Rochford and Senator Waters. In Finance, HB 1433-FN, removed by Senator Birdsall and Senator Carson. HB 1574-FN, removed by Senator Fenton and Senator Perkins Coca. HB 1723-FN, removed by Senator Avard and Senator Waters. In Judiciary, HB 1651-FN, removed by Senator Gannon and Senator Abbas. In Transportation, HB 113, removed by Senator Ward and Senator Birdsall. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to Thursday, May 14th, 2026. In Commerce, HB 1010, HB 1554-FN. In Education, HB 1792-FN. Energy and Natural Resources, HB 1738-FN. In Finance, HB 1433-FN. HB 1723-FN. Health and Human Services, HB 232-FN. HB 1772-FN. In Judiciary, HB 1793-FN. In Transportation, HB 113 and HB 2026. Birdsall moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, that all such bills be found ought to pass, be ordered as follows. Fiscal note bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. On to the regular calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1010, an act relative to multifamily residential development on commercially zoned land. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we want to do House Bill 1043.
Oh, I'm on the consent. We don't want that. Those are all the... 1043.
I agree with you, Senator Murphy.
I'm going to give this to the clerk.
I'll read
a
it.
moment
I'll
to-
take that back and I'll read this one. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1043, an act relative to employer discretion in offering minimum payment options to employees. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1043 ought to pass. This bill would allow employers to establish their own pay policies for employees reporting to work and make the statutory minimum pay requirement applicable when no alternative company policy exists. Given continual technological and economic advancements, it is crucial to provide businesses and employees with greater flexibility. By establishing written policies, expectations would be clear, thereby reducing confusion among employers, employees, and the Department of Labor during investigations. It's worth noting that if enacted, New Hampshire would not be alone. In fact, we would be joining 42 existing states who have these policies in place. For those reasons, a majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1043. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Fenton, you wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. President. I rise today in opposition of House Bill 1043. And let me start by acknowledging something important because I think it's part of this conversation. Under federal law, employees must be paid for the time they actually work, and that's not changing in this bill. But that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about what happens when someone shows up to work at their employer's request and is sent home early. For over 40 years, New Hampshire has had a simple, clear standard. If you ask someone to come in, you guarantee them at least 2 hours of pay. That standard isn't about wages alone. It's about predictability, it's about fairness, and it's about respecting people's time. Because showing up to work is not free, especially now. It means putting gas in your car, which is almost $5 a gallon right now. It's arranging childcare. It's turning down other opportunities you may have. And right now, our law recognizes that. Now, I want to be clear about where I'm coming from. I am a business owner. I employ over 175 employees. I understand scheduling challenges. I understand margins. I understand things that don't always go as planned. I have plenty of stories I could share with you folks about that, but I also understand this. When you ask someone to show up, you're asking them to commit part of their day, and that comes with responsibility. HB 1043 changes that balance. It allows employers to set their own policies, and the 2-hour guarantee only applies if no policy exists. So yes, when workers will still be paid for the time they worked under federal law, but under this bill, an employer could say, if we send you home early, you're only getting paid for the time here, and that becomes the standard. And that shifts the risk immensely, not away from the system, but directly onto the worker. Because now the employer bears less risk when schedule changes, and the employee bears more. And that's a fundamental change in how we've approached this issue for decades. Supporters say this bill is about flexibility, and I understand that argument, I really do. But we should be honest about what kind of flexibility this actually is. It's flexibility for employers and less certainty for employees. And here's the concern I keep coming back to. If you are living paycheck to paycheck, as many Granite Staters are, and many of our constituents are, losing even a couple hours of expected pay is not theoretical. It matters. It affects whether you can cover your groceries, your child care, or even a bill that's due that week. Now, I've also heard concerns about edge cases like remote work, modern scheduling challenges, and those conversations are certainly valid. I agree with those. But if that's the issue, we should address those cases more directly. We shouldn't remove a clear, long-standing protection for everyone, because that's what this bill does. It creates a patchwork. Different policies, different workplaces, different expectations depending on where you work, less clarity and more inconsistency. So colleagues, this isn't about whether someone gets paid for the minutes they work. It's about whether we continue to recognize that being asked to show up has value in itself. For 40 years, New Hampshire has said, yes, it does. HB 1043 says that's optional. Mr. President, I don't think that's the right direction, and for those reasons, I urge you to vote ITL. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on HB 1043. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Senator Gannon,
Thank you. If I could speak on the bill.
you are recognized to speak.
I can't believe it, but it's early in the morning, but I'm with the senator from District 10. One of my daughters gets up Saturdays and Sundays. She's usually bussing tables. She gets up 6:15. She shows up at 6:45. So if she gets sent home, she took the time, she got ready. She at least wants her $3.36 an hour, which she's not going to get any tips if they're sending her home, but at least she'd get $6.72 for putting in her time and showing up. I think that's the least the employer can do, is give her that minimum 2 hours if he's sending her home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on HB 1043. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted.
Mr. President, I call for division.
Division vote. Everybody in favor of the ought to pass on HB 1043, please stand, which includes me. All those who are opposed to the motion of ought to pass on HB 1043, please stand.
Fails 9-2.
The-
Wait a minute, can the no stand?
The motion of ought to pass fails by a vote of 9 to 12. Senator Murphy,
You're just going to have to fill in the bill number.
I recognize Senator Murphy, who's just made a motion to lay HB 1043 on the table. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President?
You're recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
If we support our workers being paid when they show up to work, would we now vote yes on the tabling motion?
The motion to lay on the table is not debatable. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been laid on the table. Will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1245 FN, an act relative to voluntary portable benefits plans for independent contractors. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1245 FN ought to pass. This bill would establish a voluntary framework allowing independent contractors to participate in portable benefit plans through authorized providers. Currently, over 120,000 independent workers and small businesses in our state are hamstrung in what benefits can be offered. Portable plans would allow businesses to remain competitive and attract a talented, qualified workforce. Given that this bill would not mandate portable plans, nor would it add bureaucratic red tape, a majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1245 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. Is there any further discussion? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the pending motion on HB 1245. In theory, portable benefit plans aren't objectionable. These plans enable independent contractors to enjoy the fluidity of the modern workforce while also enjoying the benefits associated with more traditional fixed jobs. Like all things, the devil's in the details, and there's more to the story than this. The bill can act as a loophole for employers and business owners to keep misclassifying their workforce and avoid the obligations they'd normally be held to if their workers were classified as employees as opposed to independent contractors. Independent contractors do not enjoy many of the labor protections that W-2 employees enjoy. Further, while portable benefit plans offered to contractors are certainly something of an improvement compared to the current scenario, they still may be undersupported and underfunded compared to the benefits offered to their W-2 counterparts. If a business owner wants to retain its employees and give them the sense of security via benefits, what they should do is classify them as employees, not contractors. But that would mean they'd have to adhere more closely to labor laws, pay their fair share into the system. I think you know where I'm going with this. You get the idea. All workers deserve stability and benefits. We all can certainly agree on that. But I fear this proposal just offers a B-tier, store-brand alternative to traditional benefits that really does more favors to business owners and the boss than it does for the workers themselves. That is all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reardon. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on HB 1245-FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. The bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 1336FN, an act relative to regulated conditional deposits. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Murphy, read the committee.
Senator Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table.
Senator Murphy has moved to table HB 1336-FN. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted.
That's good. I'll take it back. Thank you so much.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 1588FN, an act establishing special assessment districts and expands the Housing Infrastructure Grant Program to allow for municipal upgrades linked to new housing and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1558FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill would have established special assessment districts and expanded the Housing Infrastructure Grant Program to allow for municipal upgrades linked to new housing. The committee amendment would replace the bill in its entirety. As you know, housing remains a top priority for our constituents, but a few municipalities throughout the state are circumventing this will of the legislature. The amendment would clarify that a municipality cannot require a parking space to be garaged, nor impose additional requirements on multifamily housing in commercially zoned districts designed to make that housing impossible to build. A majority of the Commerce Committee asked for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1558FN. Thank you, Mr. President. 1588, sorry about that.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted.
Can I ask for a 2-minute recess, please?
Sure.
Just bang the gavel, so 2-minute recess.
The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. The adoption of ought to pass as amended on HB 1588-FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. The bill is on third reading. Ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on...
Tammy, point of order. The amendment?
We did.
But did we vote on the OTPA?
We did.
We voted on the committee amendment prior to recess.
So my understanding is we voted on the committee amendment before the recess. We adopted it. The question that was, then the next question was ought to pass as amended. And the bill is now on third reading.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 1630 FN, an act prohibiting the sale of nitrous oxide in certain inhalants for recreational purposes. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Fenton for the committee.
Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1630 FN ought to pass. This bill would prohibit the licensees from using their premise for illegal purposes, requiring compliance with laws on inhaling toxic vapors and ban the sale of nitrous oxide devices, with violations subject to enforcement by the Liquor Commission and repeat offenses leading to license revocation. Repeated misuse of nitrous oxide can lead to serious neurological, cardiovascular, and psychiatric signs and symptoms. As individuals become more tolerant to inhalants, they require a larger amount to negate withdrawals, or it is possible they may switch to a more addictive and deadlier substance. In addition to the health impact, committee also heard about the financial impact this addiction can have. One testifier, for example, spent nearly $26,000 on over 7,000 nitrous oxide cartridges. For this reason, a majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1630. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. Senator Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise sort of a last gasp effort here as somebody who has a liquor license and has some experience in this world. The bill's title sounds innocuous: prohibiting the sale of nitrous oxide and certain inhalants for recreational purposes. Nitrous is bad. It's not healthy. But if we want to ban it, we should ban it. And we should make the law so that all the police agencies in the state are going to enforce it. But if you actually read the bill, it says it's applied only to liquor licensees, only to licensees of the Liquor Commission, and the Liquor Commission enforcement is the only agency going to be enforcing this. So if you have two convenience stores across the street from each other, and one's a licensee and one's not, the one that's not will never be enforced. They can sell it. There is no sense in that. There's no equality in that, and equality under the law for all of our businesses should be important. So I ask that the body overturn this ought to pass motion, vote ITL. It's a badly drafted law with a good idea and good intent, but badly drafted. I think we should make a run at this next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on HB 1630-FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. The bill is ordered to third reading.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 112 FN, an act requiring students in the university and community college systems of New Hampshire to pass the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Civics Naturalization Test. Take a course that covers fundamental American documents as part of the general education curriculum as or pass a civics course competency test. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1112-FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, HB 112 requires students in the university and college, community college system to either pass the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Naturalization Test or successfully complete a civics course as part of the general education curriculum. The bill includes several key exceptions, including for students who graduated from a New Hampshire high school after the statewide civic graduation requirements was enacted. It also appropriately accounts for students with 504 accommodations. The requirements in this bill are no more burdensome than existing high school graduation standards. If we expect our high school students to demonstrate a baseline level of civic knowledge, we should expect that graduates of our higher public education institutions meet at least the same civic awareness. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on HB 112-FN. Thank you, Mr. President. If I just may speak further.
You recognize Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I looked at this, I understand how it's perceived as it's a requirement on an institution, but when it comes to this exam, what really stuck out to me, we have a lot of international students as well, and many of those students one day hope to have their citizenship in this country. Many of them, they get educated here, and they actually want to stay here, and I thought that receiving this education would really be valuable to international students, but also, as a state senator, you'd be surprised how often people ask me, so how often do you go to Washington, D.C.? I'm like, not very. I go to Concord, New Hampshire. These are adults. Ask me these questions. People ask me, oh, how often do you get to meet the President of the United States? Not very often. I would like to, but it doesn't happen. It's just understanding America and its government, how it works. I think it's critical to make that a requirement. I think it's a valuable skill that someone's going to learn. That education is priceless, especially for those who they came here for an education and they have the desire to stay here. They want to live the American dream. I think this is very important as that pathway for them to be educated on these subjects. This is the country that they're in, and they're learning about it. When we go to other countries, as legislators, sometimes we learn about the other country's culture and how their government works. And that's a great thing, because, listen, all countries are different, but when you're coming here for an education, I think it's important to educate the people in higher education about our country, and this is one way of doing it. I think it's a good pathway. So please support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Altshuler recognized for a question.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I have, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Would my colleague from District 22 take a question? Excellent. This bill, and I appreciate the want to recruit our foreign students to have young people set up shop here in New Hampshire and build their lives and build their careers here. But are you aware that on lines 12 through 15, exchange students and foreign nationals don't take this test? This test is only for students, American students who didn't go to a New Hampshire high school after July of 2027. Like all of those students that I do hope come here and I do hope stay, they're carved out. They don't have to take this test.
So let me clarify, and if I wasn't clear in my comments, I apologize. But if it's being taught at the university, they have the option to participate in that, and that's the key. It's essentially, for an international student, would be as an elective, but I think that's an important part for them to have that opportunity to take that. But I think making it a requirement, I mean, again, I said people ask me, how often do you go to DC? I think what I'm going for here is if someone wants to go if they want to become a citizen one day and they're attending a school in New Hampshire, it will be available for them to get that through their college education, and they'll receive credit for it.
May I follow up? Would you take a follow-up?
Sure. Follow up.
Okay, so I'm assuming you watched the hearing afterwards because you were not there that day. And were you aware that the community college system
I may have listened
and
to
the...
it.
What?
I think I listened to the hearing, not watched.
Great, great. That's why the YouTube is so excellent. But we heard from the community college and the college system telling us that they already offer these classes. These classes exist in the curriculum, so foreign nationals have access to this kind of civics education, just not in the form of the immigration test. That exists in curriculum right now. We have testimony to that.
So, which is really surprising why they're opposed to the bill.
Second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there discussion on the committee amendment? Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill's on second reading. Further discussion on the bill. I recognize Senator Innes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this bill feels really good. And feels the key word there. We feel like we're doing something good, and yet we're reaching into the curriculum at our university system and our community college system. And I would remind this body, the U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly described academic freedom as a special concern of the First Amendment. A special concern of the First Amendment. And here we are, ordering our universities and community colleges to carve out a little bit of space for some education that I think is completely unnecessary. Universities are where our students go to focus more on individual disciplines. This is not the wide breadth that you get in high school. This education should take place in high school, and in New Hampshire it does. I'd remind the body as well that 60% of high school graduates go on to universities or colleges. Many of them don't finish. What about the other 40% who are wandering into our state from other states? We're going to somehow require them to take a citizenship test? We're missing them. So what do? We're adding costs to the university system and the community college system. And I'd remind you, we cut $36 million this biennium from the university system. And now we're saying, hire more instructors to cover this material, hire people to administer it and make sure people are getting the credits, spend more money, and by the way, we're giving you less. This is hypocritical. It's just not right. Students can take a civics course in college. It's available to them. They can choose to take it. But I think my colleague from District 6 will support me in saying certain curriculum at our universities in particular are exceptionally tight. Engineering is one of them. There is not room for additional courses. The same is true in accounting, in the business college. But we're going to order people to do it and then make them take a test. I don't understand why we would do this when the students should already know it. It feels good to say, yeah, look, they're getting civics yet again. But I just think this is unnecessary. Students are at universities to pursue knowledge. Let's let them pursue what meets their academic and professional needs. Universities and community colleges are training people to go into the workforce in specific disciplines. Nursing, auto tech, you pick it. Let's support our two systems, and let's not put onerous requirements on them that cause them to spend more money, which flies in the face of affordable tuition. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. Senator Prentice, you're recognized.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise in opposition to the committee's recommendation on auto pass as amended. And it's interesting as I'm going to embark on my brief comments that I didn't talk to Senator Ennis or the gentleman, the gentle senator from District 7 prior to putting together my remarks, but you will see some similarities in how we're approaching this today. So at first glance, requiring students to pass a civics test or complete a civics course may sound reasonable, but I believe, and I'd like to think that we all believe that civic knowledge matters. I want students to understand our government, our Constitution, and their responsibilities to citizenship. But this bill creates a one-size-fits-all mandate for our public colleges and universities without demonstrating that this mandate is necessary, that it would meaningfully improve civic engagement. The amendment requires that students pass an 128-question U.S. naturalization exam or complete a civics course in order to graduate. While supporters frame this as promoting civic literacy, the naturalization test itself is largely based on memorization of facts and dates. Memorizing answers to federal citizenship tests that is not the same thing as developing critical thinking, civic participation, and informed engagement in our democracy. Our university system and our community colleges have established general education requirements and accreditation standards that include civic learning, communication, history, and social sciences. I don't know about you, but I remember that when I was in college and I took any course, including courses that resemble exactly what we're talking about, there was an exam. There were quizzes, exams, papers along the way, and there were grades. The pass and the fail was there. So this is already done. I also want to talk about with this mandate that we can't forget the budget cut that we imposed on the university system, 17.6 reduction, between $35 and $36 million of underinvestment. This is a significant cut driven at the state level for our higher education institutions, our public ones, and they have been forced to do more with less, and we are asking now for more. And again, I would argue that there is already a system in place to deal with this. So let's take this a little bit further in terms of practical concerns that we've heard. The bill creates additional administrative responsibilities for these colleges and universities to administer, certify, track, and accommodate testing requirements. Even if the fiscal impact appears to be small on paper, we heard that these mandates require time, they require staffing, and institutional resources. This mandate gets in between a student and their graduation. And if they've already passed everything else, they've got their grades, their GPA to get their diploma, why are we getting in the middle of this? Most importantly, higher education should engage deeper civic understanding. We should not reduce the civic education to a standardized checklist, a requirement tied, as I've already said, to graduation eligibility. If the goal is to strengthen civic education, we should support meaningful civic engagement opportunities, informed discussion, and high-quality coursework, not impose another or any barrier to graduation. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues here in the Senate to oppose this bill as amended. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Rochford, recognized for a question.
Yeah, a question for the senator from District 7.
Sir?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your remarks. And obviously, we are talking about a mandate, a curriculum mandate for colleges and universities in the state of New Hampshire. If we start that mandate today, where does it end?
Senator, I think that's an excellent question, and I don't have an answer to that, but it could create a slippery slope. And I would have a concern with legislators telling universities and colleges what they should be teaching. That's the purview of academic freedom. That's why our universities and colleges in this nation are the best in the world, because we let them do their job and do it well. Thank you for your question.
Senator Waters, recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I too rise in opposition to House Bill 112. And for me, it's this question. Why should someone have to take a citizenship test if they're already a citizen? What good is served by this? I mean, consider the test. When Senator D'Alessandro and I first put in the statute the civics education requirement in our public schools, I took the test. And let me tell you, it's rote memorization. It's a list of facts and sometimes trick questions. And it has cumulative scoring, so 128, but you keep answering questions until you hit the 70 to it. So this is something that doesn't, in itself, teach really anything but memorization. Now, I did work with immigrants, asylees, and refugees at the Dover Adult Learning Center who were preparing for this test. And so many of them whose experiences of life in other countries were just so hungry for understanding the principles embodied in the questions and the process of becoming a citizen. But without the kind of context of instruction, the test becomes not epistles from a land of freedom, but simply dead letters. I mean, think back if it was in your upbringing about rehearsing answers for a catechism. I mean, for me, it was the 438 questions of the Westminster Catechism. Ask me if I remember a single one of them now, but I don't think that affected my faith, not remembering them. We can't just become, kind of Pharisees of civics. We have to give it a true meaning. And I think also how contrary to the spirits of the founders of our state and of our nation. Their concept of citizenship, it was not a kind of blind allegiance to an oath or a set of phrases or even to a form of government, but the idea of an informed citizenry prepared for by critical thinking. They truly found repugnant any forms of oaths or pledges, and believed that a state must not police thought or speech. The very founder of one of the founders in New Hampshire, John Wheelwright, he was imprisoned in Boston because of what people thought he thought, and his refusal to bow his conscience to civil authorities and take oaths. Now, he was put in jail, but he was allowed to escape, and he trudged through a snowstorm up to Exeter and founded Exeter. He was too big a fish. He was on a rugby team with Cromwell, so they were going to be in trouble if they kept him in jail for cases of conscience. But also think about Dover, the Quakers. The founder of what became the Southern Baptists was driven out of this state for refusing to take oaths. Think of the Shakers, think of the Church of Christ Scientists, and how such rote insistence betrays their idea of a freely inquiring mind. As Thomas Paine, the author of The Age of Reason, said that all declarations of doctrine are a kind of word idolatry. He said, my own mind is my own church, and that's what I will follow. I think what this requirement also runs contrary to is the very purpose of founding public land-grant institutions under the Morrill Act. Now, we should note that the Morrill Act of 1864 was funded by confiscated Indian lands, people who were not allowed to be citizens until 1924, but you won't find that on the citizenship test, but I digress. I will say that the Morrill Act saw itself as a fulfillment of Jefferson's ideals of the necessity of an educated citizenship, that what counted were the habits of mind necessary for citizenship and for democracy and for a prosperous republic. Or otherwise, it becomes just this kind of rote learning. And also, what are we going to do about cases of conscience? People whose religious faith says that they should not participate in such rehearsals and such tests. I do note Section 4 says there can be accommodations made for people with disabilities, but what about people of conscience who find that this is repugnant to their religious faith to participate in such a course? And we've also already heard about what the expenses of the administering a test for thousands of students, potentially tuition to be paid by students for courses, instructors to be provided when USNH was catastrophically underfunded. Now, I will say I, too, remember working at UNH when we were working on general education requirements, which would require an educated student to have. And I remember one of my colleagues asking, and to paraphrase here, would you rather have an engineer who designed the bridge you're driving across take another engineering course or a course in civics? We want critical thinking in those who graduate from USNH. And I know just how critical students can be. And this bill, I think, frankly, sends a message that the legislature has profoundly misdirected its attention. And given the targeted students, one more aspect of a growing sense that New Hampshire is not a welcoming state to young people from other places with mistrust, suspicion, and efforts at control of free minds. I do want to say a few words in particular about the consequences of this on the community college system of New Hampshire. I think this seems particularly short-sighted when it comes to the community college system. I think it also seems perhaps ignorant of the student populations of CCS and H, many of whom are adult students. They're coming back to school, or they're starting their education to get ahead in their work. These folks are paying for school. They may be also working 1 or 2 jobs. They're trying to find child care. They're trying to find transportation and a host of other issues, let alone the competition we face to get our students because our neighboring states are offering free community college education. And so what are we now asking that these students have to do in addition to all the other things for their education? I mean, can't the legislature put its energies and the state's funding towards enabling students to get the skills they need to participate in our workforce? I mean, for example, why not focus on improving the community college system and funding it so it can focus on the governor's great proposal through the Rural Health Initiative to have CCSNH expand capacity and opportunity in the healthcare fields? In conclusion, I just don't see what problem is addressed by this legislation. I just can't grasp its purpose. I really don't understand its attitude towards education. But more fundamentally, I don't see how such legislation will strengthen our democracy. There's always that old test of Ben Franklin's, is something useful? Is something useful? Will it truly lead to a public good? Or does it arise from a distrust of people's minds, of young people, of critical thinking itself? The bill does young people, educational students, and indeed the very perception of our priorities elected officials a disservice. I do fear that the ghost of William Loeb still haunts these chambers. We're better than this. Let's emancipate our minds in the spirit, not the letter of democracy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The Senate will be in recess for 3 minutes. The Senate out of recess. Recognize Senator Lang for introduction of guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to introduce the great students from my hometown of Samberton, New Hampshire, with the St. Bonnie School, the 4th grade. So welcome, guys, to the Senate chamber.
Recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table.
Move to table House Bill 112 FN. It's a non-debatable motion. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The bill is laid upon the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1268, an act modifying the structure of administration of the home education programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
This is the one.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome back. I move House Bill 1268 ought to pass with amendment. The bill, as amended, modernizes the state's home education framework by revising its definitions, administration, and requirements to better recognize parents' fundamental rights to direct their children's education. It would place New Hampshire among the growing number of states that do not require mandatory government notifications for participation in home education, instead making notification optional. The legislation also clearly delineates the distinction between education freedom accounts pathway and home education pathway. In addition, it repeals the Home Education Advisory Council, which the majority of the committee agreed had fulfilled its purpose and is no longer necessary. Consistent with that change, the bill also eliminates the state board's rulemaking authority over home education. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on HB 1268. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? I recognize Senator Rochford.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment 2026-1872S. And if I may speak to the amendment briefly. I'll be very brief. We dealt with a number of topics, a number of bills this year dealing with pharmacy benefit managers. We were actually successfully passed a bill out of this body earlier this year unanimously. It went to the House, and although our bill was largely focused on transparency, it had a number of other things in it as well. The House agreed with our push on transparency, I believe, but ultimately the bill failed in the House. I'm bringing forward this amendment after consulting with members of the House that really goes back to focusing on transparency, and that's really what the amendment does. It talks about PBM transparency. It strengthens the authority of the Department of Insurance. It defines audit procedures. But really, at the crux of this shows the department where the money is going. We talk about prescription drug pricing and PBMs, and there's rebates and there's discounts, and it's not a very transparent process. This amendment adds transparency. It gives a little more enforcement to the Department of Insurance. It's not the full loaf, but I'm happy with a partial loaf, and this amendment will give us that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass. Excuse me, no, I got that wrong. Senator Rosenwald wishes to speak.
Question of my colleague from District 1.
Sure.
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Thanks for taking my question. Like you, I think I'm sad that we are not getting the whole loaf, but is it your belief that these greater transparency actions will allow us information to go forward with the rest of the loaf?
Absolutely. I think the problem with this industry and the problem with the regulations around the industry, we don't know where the money goes.
Right.
And what we see over time is a rising cost of prescription drugs, and we get all kinds of reasons why that's happening, and a lot of that is transparent. But this section is not transparent. So I think this is a good step in the right direction to get a handle on where the money's going, why prices are rising, and ultimately will give us basis in the future to continue to work on this project.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1872. Senator Perkins Coca?
Madam President, may I please have a 1-minute recess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, Senate will be in recess for 3 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. We are debating the floor amendment number 1872, and I recognize Senator Perkins Coca.
To speak? No. I'm after, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Senator Altschiller.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the first part of the bill 1268 as amended, and I'd like to speak to that part of the bill.
Okay, Senator, I just want to make sure we're talking about the floor amendment.
Oh.
We haven't adopted the floor
Oh, I
amendment?
thought we adopted it.
No, not yet.
All right, then.
Okay.
I'll
Thank
come
you.
back.
Thank you very much. I know you will. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1872. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to the bill as amended. That amendment was the tastiest second half a loaf. Thank you. So we'll take that. I would like to speak to the first part of the bill that we have not discussed yet. And this bill says that a local school board shall adopt policies for allowing families who choose not to participate in public schools and instead take a voucher to pay for private access to religious schools and homeschool programs. In accepting these vouchers, parents also knowingly leave behind special education services. They have to sign off on that. This bill proposes that those families with vouchers can now go back to their neighborhood public schools for AP classes, science classes, theater, and play on sports teams. For all of the consternation that this body showed when it came to the possibility of having to share services with matriculated transgender kids under the assertion that they would be taking a spot for another student on the team, how do you circle the square by welcoming students who don't even attend the school, get money to leave and go elsewhere, but come back and potentially take a spot on a sports team that one of the fully matriculated students could have had? Going back to the voucher for a special education students, this bill allows them to take their voucher money and buy various items on Amazon as an approved vendor, or go to another school, and then come back to their neighborhood school for special education services that their parents had previously opted out of until they achieve a high school diploma or turn 21. This bill is extreme overreach. It is the definition of double dipping. Choosing a voucher, and we have all heard the vociferous arguments about how some parents have to get their children out of the neighborhood public schools and give them different options. Now, we're hearing that these families who are taking these vouchers want to go back to the place we all heard they had to get away from so that they can take spots on sports teams, take a spot in a crowded AP class, be in science classes with additional labs, while they're also taking a voucher. So some supporters have said, well, the schools can develop a policy for tuition. Sure, but that's not in this bill. That's not even mentioned in this bill. It says develop a policy, not develop a tuition policy, develop a policy. The homeschool, and I would also like to talk about the homeschools. The homeschool separation in this bill should be alarming. As a former homeschool parent, I can attest with lived experience of navigating our homeschool laws. I will tell you that they are flimsier than a blue composition book dumped in the lake. There are guidelines and suggestions with zero accountability. Parents do have the right to choose the way they think their child will best learn, and I took that choice. Children also have the right to an education. They have the right to learn. Loosening our barely present requirements that I must say no member of a school community, of any school community or representative of a school board or the Department of Education, if this bill passes, ever have to check up on, loosens the requirements and asks us to release these students to their parents completely with no supports, with no required collaboration with any educators. These children will be out of sight, and with Section 7 of this bill, they will also be out of mind. Many supporters say homeschool students do better than traditionally educated students, and some do, some excel, some don't. We actually don't have any stats on that. It is heartbreaking to meet children who are 10 and 11 years old who can't even play a board game with their peers because they can't read. But this is the situation we have now, and this bill proposes to make it worse. The education portion of this bill as amended, colleagues, it creates a double dipping scheme for families who already choose to take education tax dollars in the form of a voucher. It allows access to our neighborhood schools for special education services after choosing to pursue an alternative education with tax dollars. And it restructures how the state knows which students are even being educated. I ask you to not support this bill as amended. It will do damage to our students. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Before we continue on, I have some guests here who are joining us today. Please join me in welcoming the students from the South Londonderry Elementary School. Okay, Senator Sullivan wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to start off by saying that we have gone to great lengths to educate people on the difference between education freedom accounts and vouchers, and I find it very frustrating to still hear this term brought up for this program in these chambers. Furthermore, the disrespect that is paid to parents that choose this program for their children is unwarranted and beneath this chamber. These are parents that are just doing what is right for their children to help guide their education. And when it comes to this bill, I need to remind people that this is for people that live in that district, for children that live in that district. These parents are still paying local property taxes to these schools. And if they're in home education, they're allowed to use these services already. This is just that one piece of the EFAs was neglected to be put into this part of law that now makes it fair for any child to be able to participate in things that are happening in their own school district, in their own neighborhood schools, with the parents that are paying local taxes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Abbas? Nope, okay, he does not wish to speak. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to divide the question on HB 1268 on the ought to pass with amendment for the first vote to divide sections 1 through 10 and the effective date, and the second vote to divide sections 11 through 20 and the effective date.
Thank you, Senator. The chair rules that the question is divisible. So we're going to be taking two votes here on this piece of legislation. The first vote is to divide sections 1 through 10 and the effective date. Are you ready for the question?
Madam President, may I have a roll call, please?
Okay, we'll have a roll call. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Fenton. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Oh, wait a second.
need
We're
somebody.
missing Senator Lang.
Yep.
Nope.
And Innes.
And Senator Innes. No, they're here. Gentlemen, we are having, Senator Perkins-Coker has made a request that we divide the question on House Bill 1268 on the ought to pass with amendment. First vote is to divide sections 1 through 10 and the effective date. Senator Altschiller has requested a roll call, which has been seconded by Senator Fenton. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi is excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard is excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
14.
The ayes have it. by a vote of 14 to 8. The second vote we're going to be taking is dividing sections 11 through 20, and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
We did it.
Yep. Okay. To pass with an amendment was adopted. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Can you just give me one?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which is referred, House Bill 1358, an act establishing a commission to study transition all public schools to public charter schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that they ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 1358 ought to pass with amendment. The bill, as amended, establishes a commission to study the feasibility of transitioning all public schools to public charter schools. The commission will include members of the legislature, the commissioner of the Department of Education, a representative from public charter schools, a representative from traditional public schools, and a representative with expertise in special education. While the Commission's membership is intentionally limited, it is granted broad authority to solicit input and invite additional stakeholders to provide testimony, ensuring a more comprehensive and informed review process. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment for House Bill 1358. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1358. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which is referred, House Bill 1374, an act relative to procedures for withdrawal from a cooperative school district. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 1374 ought to pass with amendment. The bill, as amended, modifies the procedure for withdrawal from a cooperative school district to allow a 3/5 majority of the voters in the single withdrawing district to elect to withdraw. It also changes how school closures are decided and introduces new oversight requirements for school districts. It requires that any decision to close an elementary or high school be approved by a majority vote of voters across all municipalities served by the school or district. At the same time, it creates a municipal preservation option, allowing the municipality where a school is located to vote to keep it open even if the broader district supports closure, provided that the municipality negotiate an operating agreement with the district. If an agreement cannot be reached, it calls for state intervention. In addition, it mandates that school boards and school administrative units conduct a 3-year review of their contracts, policies, and organizational documents and report their findings, increasing transparency in a long-term planning oversight across districts. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's motion of ought to pass with amendment for HB 1374. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1374. Are you ready for the question? Roll call, please. A roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Coca, seconded by Senator Fenton. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
14-8.
The ayes have it by a total of 14 to 8. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1448, an act prohibiting the use of World Economic Forum materials with the state curriculum. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 1448 ought to pass. The bill prohibits the use of any materials created or provided by the World Economic Forum to be in the curriculum for New Hampshire public schools. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of motion of ought to pass for House Bill 1448. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion. And, you know, what seems particularly strange about this to me is there any knowledge here of what the World Economic Forum actually produces as its reports? One of the things they're best known for is their global risk assessment. This is done annually, and what it is a comprehensive survey and analysis of areas of global risk. I mean, one area of global risk is armed conflict, and it provides statistics about what conflicts are underway, what conflicts may present challenges to various nations in various regions, and then also a lot of survey materials about how this may be affecting attitudes in various countries. It also looks at risk assessment of economic issues. It particularly surveys inflation across nations and regions and what impacts inflation is having on different countries and on relationships and trade. Thirdly, at least for this year, it's had a focus on technology, on AI. What are the likely effects to be, and what global risks might be created because of AI, whether it's in the economic area, the employment area, or whether it's in areas of national defense. If you read this stuff, it's pretty dry. It's statistical analysis and it's surveys of what's happening across the country. It's also very useful material. What I wonder about here is, you know, why might that not be important or be useful for a teacher to mention the global risks or these other, and they do a lot of other surveys too, you know, of various nations. If you're teaching international affairs or you're teaching all kinds of courses. And then the way the language here is phrased, what does that really mean? Let's say your economics textbook for 11th or 12th graders has a footnote that cites a World Economic Forum report. Absurd as that may seem, the language of this bill says, no, that's verboten. You can get in trouble on that. you know, what right of action might a parent or somebody have that there was a footnote referencing the World Economic Global Risk Assessment about AI in somebody's textbook. So I just simply don't get this one. I really don't. And if you actually took a look at the materials produced by the World Economic Forum, you'd see something that looked like a whole lot of other surveys that are done by a whole lot of other people, and particularly with an eye to potential risks to our economy and our national defense. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is not. Is there any further discussion? A roll call has been requested by Senator Fenton. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Perkins Coker. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Nope.
Senator Prentice? Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McHugh?
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Coker?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
14-8.
The ayes have it by a vote of 14-8, and the motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
Beautiful.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1573, an act permitting excused absences for students participating in civic engagement or attending a career or technical education event. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Thank you,
Senator
Madam
Ward.
President. I move House Bill 1573 ought to pass with amendment. The bill permits excused absences for students participating in civic engagement and career and technical education activities, provided established requirements are met. And some of the requirements are: a civic event shall be defined as any event, activity, hearing, or meeting held by federal, state, and local government bodies. As amended, it also grants the State Board of Education authority to reassign a student to another public school, public agency, or approved private school when it determines the student is experiencing a manifest educational hardship. Any such placement remains subject to the existing limitations set forth in RSA 193:3, Roman numeral 3-A in parentheses D. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommended motion of ought to pass with amendment for House Bill 1573. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Altschiller?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to say a few words in opposition to House Bill 1573 amendment. I don't know, I forgot the number. The committee amendment, yes, I don't know the number at the top of my head. Thank you. My contentions with this policy do not lay with the bulk of the language enabling excused absences for civic participation. In fact, that's a really good part of the bill and could have just, you know, it was a clean bill. But as amended, what this bill does is modify the manifest hardship placement statutes in a way that can be construed as something akin to open enrollment, a fact that was actually alluded to in the hearing report. And that is the problematic nature of this bill. Under this bill, if there is a manifest educational hardship, the State Board of Education must approve the request to transfer to any school, period. This takes away local control. It lends the parents, enabling them an effective way to shop for whatever school they would like, whereas a manifest educational hardship is to prove that the current situation a student is in is not working for them and is actually a detriment to their education. It is not meant to provide a shopping opportunity to look for a school that we know this child has not yet attended because they're in a school that is, has been defined as giving them a manifest educational hardship. So like I said, this takes away community, local control, and when a school is unable to accommodate another student or the particular student in question for whatever reason, they no longer have any say. The school board cannot object, the town cannot object, and the State Board of Education must approve. And that sounds like a state mandate to me. And as I have said before, countless times, this bill, in totality, with other measures taken by this body in these last few sessions, works in part to continue to chip away at communities' authority and power, in turn consolidating those with state mandates. This is antithetical to the New Hampshire way. This is top-down governance. It will act to the detriment of countless communities, to the benefit of a select few parental preferences. And with that, I urge this body to not approve the amendment to 1573. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I do rise in support of the committee amendment. Just to clarify, I know it was suggested that this is like open enrollment, where I do agree with my colleague on from District 24. I didn't support open enrollment, but this is nothing like open enrollment at all. What we were dealing with was there was a manifest educational hardship. Initially, that student went to their school board where they not.
Point of order, Madam Chair?
Yes. Point of order. Please state your.
Order, I think that the senator is referring to a particular case that this body does not have privy to the details of that case, nor did we hear from anyone associated with that case, and I think it's inappropriate to talk about a student's manifest hardship without having details, since that is private information.
Thank you, Senator. Senator.
Madam President, my only knowledge of that incident was what was presented at the public hearing before the Education Committee. So I'm not going to dive into any details beyond that.
All right, just be careful.
Thank you, Madam President. That school board did not make a finding or agree that there was a manifest. They didn't find a manifest educational hardship. It was then appealed to the state, where they agreed with the family, found that hardship, and then when there was.
Point of order, Madam President. We are now, again, my colleague is talking about the details of a manifest hardship appeal that we do not have the details of, and I would assert that some of my colleagues' descriptions are off base and perhaps based on hearsay that did not come from the hearing report.
I was at the hearing, Madam President, and this is what was presented to the hearing as the circumstance that kind of led to this. Again, I'm not providing any details other than the conclusory statements of what happened during the process. What the educational hardship was, I don't know, and I wouldn't share that as part of my speech if I did know it.
So, Senator, are you speaking to the process that was followed as opposed to discussing a particular student with a particular hardship?
It's the particular process, the incident that led to this amendment and what was the issue with the law. So I don't think I'm covering any specific details of what the hardship was, why one was accepted, why was it denied, why was it overturned, what was the rationale, the legal reasoning. I'm not getting into any of that. It's just that it's the procedural side that led to this, and the purpose of the amendment is to clarify the law as the conclusion of what that was.
Okay, Senator, just try to, just do not talk about this. I'm looking here. It does discuss, in fact, it goes into a little more detail than what you are speaking of, that was presented during the public hearing. So again, just be very careful. We are talking about a student, and please keep your comments to the process.
Yes.
And what happened. Okay.
Well, ultimately, if any student is found to be an educational hardship, they can transfer to a different school. And there's circumstances where a school, they interpreted the law that they didn't have to accept that student. Now, with that being said, if that were to,
Madam
if that
Chair,
were to-
they were talking about the specific school again. We're not talking, it's not talking in generalities, you're talking about a specific school.
I don't believe I said.
I'm sorry,
name of the school.
Senator?
Could we have a recess?
Yes, because when we come back, I'm going to read verbatim the testimony. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
3-minute recess. Senate will come out of recess. I have taken the opportunity to review the testimony that was given at the public hearing. I do agree with Senator Altschiller that it is of a sensitive nature, discussing a particular student and a situation that they encountered. And in order to preserve the student's privacy, that we really should not be discussing this on the floor. So I'm going to ask, I've already had a conversation with Senator Abbas. We're still going to be able to make the point that he would like to make. So I'm going to refer back to Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I can move on. So the point of this law, I believe, it's just the amendment is to clarify the existing law, because you have, if you had a circumstance where there was a manifest educational hardship that occurred, and if there was a receiving school that refused to accept that student, keep in mind the school that they are attending, they found an educational hardship for them to continue to remain there. That student is would be in a limbo. So under the amendment, what it does, it just makes it clear as day that if there is a determination, whether it's by a local school board or if it's appealed to the state level if the local school board denied it, and they find a educational hardship, that student then can enroll in a different school. It can be a private school, it can be another public school. And that this clarifies that, which is the intent of the law. Without this, if there was no receiving school, there wouldn't be any point of this entire section of law. So please support adopting the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Abbas. Senator Birdsall, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to be really quick. I agree with the good senator from District 22. This is basically just a belt and suspenders, giving the State Board of Education the authority to do a change of assignment when it's needed. This has nothing to do with open enrollment. And to equate it to open enrollment is ludicrous. And I ask you to support the ought to pass with amendment on 1573. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. And Senator Lang, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. RSA 193:3 is the chapter of law we're talking about. Having served on the school board, there's a process outlined in that law that talks about manifest hardship, manifest educational hardship, where a parent brings a challenge to the school board makes a determination. If the parent doesn't like the determination, there's an appeal process that goes to the State Board of Education. That board will then hear the evidence and then make a finding. The chapter of law literally talks about the Board of Education's reassignment of a student. There was a challenge to the Board of Education whether they had the authority to do this. So the Board of Education came to me and asked me to file this amendment to make it explicitly clear that when that process is followed, the Board of Education has the authority to reassign a child to a school if they have a finding of manifest hardship. That's all this bill does. It restates in a more clear fashion that the Board of Education has the right to reassign a student in the case of manifest educational hardship. I encourage you to support the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Altschiller.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And with respect to what we just heard from my colleague from District 2, the law is clear that when a manifest education hardship has been granted, so that has been proved to the State Board of Education, an appropriate, bless you, a move to another public school, public academy, or approved school can be made. The issue is who chooses it, right? And whether the State Board of Education can force a local public school to take a child when there are other options available, right? It is not that a child shouldn't go to another school. Nobody's arguing that, not at all. But when there are a multitude of options, it is not appropriate for the parents to shop around and choose a different school. That's open enrollment. And that is what is being argued here, that instead of making the placement, which the State Board of Education is empowered to approve, that student gets moved out of the place that is not serving them into another place that will serve them. And it may not be the first choice of the parents. It may be another school in the district that wasn't their first choice, but it will be serving the educational needs of that student. So this goes too far.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Senator Birdsall has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Sullivan. The clerk will call the roll. Yes.
I think we had other speakers.
That's all I have. Okay. Because remember, we are just voting on the amendment. Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi is excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 14 to 8, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to divide the question and be able to speak to my motion, or do you want me?
Okay, hold on. The Senate will come out of recess. I recognize Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to divide the question on House Bill 1573 on the ought to pass motion with amendment. The first vote would be to divide sections 3 and 4 and the effective date. And then the second vote to divide the remaining sections and the effective date. And if ruled, I'd like to be able, ruled that this is divisible, I'd like to be able to speak to my motion.
Thank you, Senator. The chair rules that the question is divisible, and you may speak.
I will, thank you, Madam President, and I will speak with what voice I have and cough drops on hand. Thank you very much. So I rise today in opposition to House Bill 1573, the sections 3, 4, and the effective date. And this is, I'm specifically going to speak to what I believe is a forced placement under the manifest educational hardship provision, which is really the focus of this amendment. Let me first say that I appreciate and support the language of the bill regarding civic engagement, career and technical assistance opportunities, encouraging students to participate in civic activities, leadership programs, public meetings, CTE is worthwhile and beneficial. That we need to set aside because we're looking at this specific section of the bill. So these sections move us in, this amendment moves us into an entirely different and far more concerning area of education policy based on a limited circumstance, limited limited number of cases. A manifest educational hardship placement has been denied by a receiving school. And we are going to use the law. All right, so you're pointing up, I'm like, am I missing it? You're going to use the law to set up this, passing this law would set precedent using a hammer to effectively force receiving schools to accept placements without fully considering whether the receiving school has the staffing, the resources, the programming, or support systems necessary for long-term successes. You know, colleagues, I've had the opportunity to talk to principals, superintendents, school, administrators within my district, and what they have said to me is, right now, we work these things out amongst each other. We pick up the phone and we can call each other. Passing legislation like this will put us in situations where we're now going to have to sue each other. And I don't think that this is where we want to go. Schools across New Hampshire already are navigating significant challenges involving hardship cases, ones that should remain with them locally, not elected officials in Concord. Without clearer standards, we risk inconsistent decisions, increased appeals, and growing tensions between our districts, our schools, our families, the State Board of Education, and the legislature. This is a step, in my opinion, too far. Let's be clear that every student deserves access to safe and supportive educational environment. And it's not lost on me that children are caught in the middle of this conversation. But simply mandating reassignment and enrollment does not guarantee that any children or any problems will necessarily be solved. Instead, we could be creating more problems, not necessarily for those children, but for the entire educational system there locally, and now we're looking at this statewide. Passing this legislation does not mean that any student's needs will be met, nor does it ensure stability for a receiving school community. So again, the civic engagement provisions, all good, thankfully. It's this amendment and those particular sections that we have divided out that I'm speaking to in opposition, and I respectfully urge my colleagues to join me in voting this down. Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator. Just to remind everybody, the first vote that we are going to take will divide sections 3 and 4 and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the ought to pass as amended is adopted. The second vote is on the remaining sections and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. I'd like to recognize Senator Waters for the introduction of guests.
Well, thank you, Madam President and colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome Sam Evans-Brown and visitors from Clean Energy New Hampshire. It is Energy Week in New Hampshire. Maybe they can give us a jolt of some energy here today. Welcome.
Attentive to the clerk. We'll do this next one. And then
The next one? Okay. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1817 FN, an act relative to access to curricular courses and co-curricular programs within the school district. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion has been adopted. At this point, before we move on, we're going to break until 1 o'clock. And I would like to remind my Republican colleagues we will be caucusing upstairs. The Senate will come out of recess. Would the senators please take their seat? Cranky. Okay, all right, I think we're missing Senator Abbas. What? Okay. The Senate will come out of recess. Without objection, the enrolled bill report on Senate Bill 593 is adopted. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred House Bill 121 FN, an act relative to school district financial requirements and district probation processes. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we lay the bill on the table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred House Bill 610, an act allowing school districts to annually retain year-end unassigned general funds. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-2. Senator Murphy.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1610 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1610 allows school districts to retain year-end unassigned general funds on an annual basis. During the hearing on this bill, DRA pointed out the effective date would take effect during the rate-setting season this fall. They suggested revising the effective date to the tax year 2027, and that's what the amendment does. It will allow municipalities in our state to prepare for this change in their school budget preparations. Education Finance Committee recommends ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1610. Thank you, Madam President.
Is the committee amendment? Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1610. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1816 FN, an act relative to intervention of the Department of Education into a school or school district during a financial emergency. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-2. Senator Murphy.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1816 ought to pass with amendment. This is another bill introduced in response to the Claremont situation. It allows the Department of Education and the State Board of Education to intervene in a school district which is experiencing a financial emergency. The emergency must be declared by the State Board, which enables the department to step in and assist in developing a recovery plan. It places a one-year limit on the commissioner's oversight of the school district. As amended, House Bill 1816 also requires the State Board to establish criteria for vetting school business administrators who are hired by districts. The committee was told during the public hearing it can take up to 3 years for a business administrator to become familiar with their responsibilities, and that is too long for someone in this pivotal role. The amendment addresses this by implementing standards. For those reasons, the Education Finance Committee recommends ought to pass with amendment on HB 1816. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome back.
Thank you.
You must be tired. I'd like to speak briefly in opposition to the pending motion. And I want to be clear that I do not oppose this bill in its entirety. A few elements make a lot of sense, namely enhancement of the rules surrounding business administrators for schools, their oversight and qualifications. I think we all agree that makes sense in the current landscape. I do, however, take significant issue with the receivership portions of this legislation. Giving the department full authority over schools' operations, resources, and particularly worker contracts is placing the powers reserved to a town and its elected officials to executive bureaucrats. Not only would agreements made and approved by the town with the unions be potentially torn up, the impacts to students cannot be understated. Their teachers might be eliminated, paid less, their materials and support may be reduced, and their curricular officers may be trimmed, again, to the detriment of students who should be our focus. I think receivership should be approached very carefully on a case-by-case basis, and the current legislation before us is just too wide-ranging, too vague, with too many unanswered questions, all to the detriment of a student's educational outcome. I will not be supporting the pending motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1816. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been requested by Senator Altschiller. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator McConkey? No, okay, Senator Rosenwald, okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGee.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
I didn't hear that. No. Thank you. Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
14.
Thank you. House Bill 1618 passes by a vote of 14 to 8, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. Senator Birdsell has requested a 3-minute recess.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1189 FN, an act establishing a solid waste site evaluation committee. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1189 be referred for interim study. The bill would create a solid waste site evaluation committee, and it's similar to another proposal that's already part of an ongoing discussion with the governor and many of the stakeholders. The committee felt this legislation could, could help shape a more complete and balanced approach, and the core ideas are likely to be carried forward and used in future legislation, primarily House Bill 707. I respectfully urge that the Senate support the motion of interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rochard, you recognize to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of HB 1189. The concept of a site evaluation committee for siting landfills has been around for about a year. This bill is a well-written bill. It's taken into a lot of comments from multiple stakeholders, and it's a way to move forward the process of siting landfills in New Hampshire in a methodical, comprehensive, and intentional way. That being said, it may surprise the chamber to learn that I am going to support the interim study amendment. As my colleague from Senate District 17 noted, there's another bill, Senate Bill 707, that is currently being worked on. I know it's being worked on in conjunction not only with the senator, but also the stakeholders that are my constituents. And just as early as this morning, they said those conversations are moving along. They're hopeful that a meaningful agreement will come out of that, and we can finally get something that works for everybody in the state of New Hampshire. So that being said, I will be watching closely what happens with 707. I'll be making sure that it takes care of my constituents, that it protects our environment, and it ensures that we have a pathway that will ensure meaningful and legitimate siting of landfills as we go into the future. But again, I will be supporting the interim study motion at this time, and my eyes will be trained to 707. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Waters, recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I too rise to speak about 1189 and to explain why I voted against the interim study motion in committee. While I appreciate the good words from the senator from District 1 about how hopeful we are for some resolution to it. I remind you, I think it's 8 years we've been at this, the version to this bill, and back and forth with the House, and I know how hard the senator from District 17 is working on this, and if a bill actually emerges and gets passed, I think we're going to have to contact the Wizard of Oz and see if, as he did for the Scarecrow, you can be given an honorary doctorate in sanitation engineering, because that's what it'll take to get this done. I did want to take a moment because, we will have a bill pretty soon, and there's going to be a lot that needs to be talked about. I just wanted to take a moment to highlight what we thought was valuable in this approach that we hope will be included in what we see from the senator from District 17. And I think it's important to note that the principle from the House was that it's a public interest to establish the local, regional, statewide benefits, especially emphasis on local, and burdens of a new major solid waste facility that are not necessarily captured by existing regulatory reviews. And this includes noise, odor, aesthetics, local and regional economic impacts, property value impacts, nature and source of water, of waste need, impacts on tourism, recreation, and traffic, and other similar impacts. And if you have read 1189, you'll see that given that statement of principles, it goes on to try to ensure that just those factors that may not have previously been included in the kind of regulatory review under DES rules. And I think that what we've been wrestling over so much is just what kind of authority there is in these local communities as this review goes forward, because the reason we do this at a statewide level is that there are certain things, I would say like utilities, but also landfills, where it is a statewide decision, not only a local one. And I hope that we will be able to particularly address the issue of what role the state authority has in terms of governing or changing what may be locally established contracts or MOUs. So this is to wish the senator from District 17 good luck, and just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I think that are going to be important as we look at and evaluate the bill in House Bill 707 pretty soon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is to re-refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on HB 1189-FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is referred to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 1478-FN, an act requiring the Department of Environmental Services to revise rules for proposed new landfills. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1478 be referred for interim study. The bill would require DES to update and revise its rules governing the approval of new landfills. The committee was concerned about the language and putting a new definition of landfill that may conflict with other current proposals. The committee also raised concerns regarding the public health benefits language, specifically how that would be implemented in practice and whether the proposed framework would be clear and enforceable in real-world applications. I respectfully urge the Senate to support the motion of interim study. And if I may continue?
You may continue.
Thank you. Again, colleagues, some of this language we are looking at, especially the public health benefits portion of this in the negotiations that have been ongoing with the stakeholders. And I'm asking you to put this on interim study because I believe we're going to cover the important parts of this bill in the proposal that hopefully I can put together for us for next week. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Rochford, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of HB 1478. I think my colleague from District 4 underscored the fact that we've been at this a long time. And I think that we've been at this a long time because I believe our rules are not clear enough on siting of landfills. And had they been clearer and had they been stronger, we could have saved 6 or 7 years of work in this body that we've been dealing with over and over and over and over again. So I appreciate the work that the committee has done on this. I think the interim study is a wrong motion on this. I think that if we can overturn the interim study, pass this, and again, I'm looking at 707. I haven't forgot about that. My colleague from District 17 will be looking at that very closely, but I think a lot of our problems, a lot of the debate, a lot of the rhetoric that we've seen over the last 7 or 8 years could have all been avoided if we had strong rulemaking and a solid set of up-to-date rules that reflect the current situation and looking into the future situation. If those were in place, we wouldn't even have been here. So I think the time is right to pass this bill. I'm going to be voting against the interim study, and I hope that I can get, what are we at? We need 12 today to vote against the interim study. Hopefully we can get the 12 votes so another motion can be made, and we can put this to rest, and we can move forward and do this in a right way that not only protects our environment, it protects our communities, it protects our future generations, it protects our water, and I think we can do that with this bill right here today. So I will be voting against the interim study.
The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Waters. You wish to waive off? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Flattered to be confused with Senator Waters on anything coming out of ENR, but I too rise in opposition to the interim study motion. This bipartisan bill seeks to strengthen protections for human health by putting a strong standard for distance traveled over time into statute for a leachate spill from a landfill. This bill prohibits a new landfill disposal area from being close to, and I'm quoting here, an existing well, river, lake, or coastal water, end quote, such that groundwater on the site could reach a water body within 5 years. And this standard is versus DES's plan to allow landfills to be sited in such a way that there might only be 8 days for the department to not only identify, but also remediate a leak. House Bill 1478's proposed standard would put us on a level with the rest of the developed world. This higher standard is necessary. Just this past January, DES fined the operator of the landfill in Bethlehem almost $2 million for repeatedly puncturing both layers of liner for 10 years, allowing leachate to escape, and they weren't reporting to the department as required by law. So why do we want to stop this leachate from reaching drinking water? I think is a reasonable question to ask. And it's because it contains pharmaceutical waste, heavy metals, PFAS, and endocrine disruptors. None of this stuff is good for us to drink. Perhaps it contributes to New Hampshire's particularly high rate of childhood cancers, or the fact that we have among the lowest fertility rate of all the states. So let me try to simplify this by using a simile. The current rules for landfill siting of potentially 8 days until leachate reaches water are like letting water flow through cheesecloth. House Bill 1478's standard of 5 years would be like making water flow through wood. Obviously, the wood would slow down the rate at which leachate could reach drinking water supplies better than the cheesecloth would. The committee's reason for sending this bill to study is that, as we've heard, there's another bill in which the member from District 17 is trying to craft a compromise, including strong protections for human health, which for me is paramount, and I think for him is as well. I wish him well, but I think it's always good to have a backup plan. I would like the Senate to stand up clearly for public health protections. So thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Fenton, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief because my colleagues from District 1 did such an excellent job and District 12 did such a good job. But I also rise in opposition to the interim study. This bill is about protecting New Hampshire communities and ensuring landfill siting decisions are made with strong environmental safeguards and sound science. It asks a simple question: are we doing enough to protect our groundwater and drinking water for the long term? This bill moves us in that right direction, and I would urge the body to overturn the interim study, and I would request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred to interim study on HB 1478-FN. Clerk will now call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
See you at 13-9.
The motion of interims, refer to interim study passes by a vote of 13 to 9.
When I saw his name at the
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1421 FN, an act modifying title exemptions for motor vehicles manufactured before the year 2000. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Innes of the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1421 FN ought to pass. This bill exempts any motor vehicle that is at least 20 years old from the requirement to obtain a certificate of title, except for heavy trucks and truck tractors with a gross vehicle weight over 100 or 18,000 pounds. This exemption applies on a rolling basis as vehicles reach the age of 20. House Bill 1421 FN also allows a person who owns a title-exempt vehicle the ability to voluntarily request a title. The Senate Finance Committee recommends, by a vote of 7-0, passage of House Bill 1421 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1421. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1466 FN, an act relative to obtaining a certificate of title for certain trailers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1466 FN ought to pass. This bill exempts the title requirement of boat trailers that are over 10 years of age per the manufacturer's model year with a gross weight of over 3,001 pounds or higher. This will improve administrative efficiency for marinas, towns, and state officials responsible for titling of these boat trailers. The Senate Finance Committee recommends the passage of House Bill 1466 FN and asks for the Senate support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1466. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 1571 FNA, an act requiring the Department of Education to review statewide academic standards and curricula. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1571 ought to pass. Effective July 1st of 2027, this bill requires the Department of Education to review statewide academic standards for possible revision every 10 years, including revising current science standards to ensure greater rigor, clarity, relevance, and progression of knowledge across grade levels. HB 1571 FNA also requires the department to make available a list of high-quality curriculum and instructional materials aligned with the revised standards from which districts may choose, and to update the statewide education improvement and assessment program to align with the revised standards. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1571 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1571. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Gray?
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is now non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which is referred, House Bill 1597 FN, an act relative to business profits tax expense deductions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1597 FN ought to pass. This bill sought to increase the expense deduction permitted under Section 179 of the Internal Revenue Code as provided for in the Business Profit Tax Statute, RSA 77-A:1, number 20, to $1 million, and every 2 years thereafter by an additional $500,000 until it reached $2.5 million for property placed in service on or after January 1 of 2027. The Senate Finance Committee amended HB 1597 to increase the expense deduction cap by adding phased-in caps of $1 million in 2027, $1.5 million in 2029, and $2 million in 2031, and $2.5 million in 2033. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1597 FN as amended and asks for your support.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1597. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 1818 FN, an act requiring the Department of Education to use its 10-year school facility plans to plan and project out building consolidation projects. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Lang.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1818 FN ought to pass. This bill changes current law by requiring school districts to regularly update the capital improvement plans, period, not question mark. HB 1818 FN requires the Department of Education to use this information to plan, prioritize, and project building consolidation project under the State Building Aid Program. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1818 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1818. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
There's that one for you. That's this next one. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 1828 FN, an act requiring the Department of Education to establish an auditing process relative to teacher preparation programs at the post-secondary educational level. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1828 FN ought to pass. This bill requires the Department of Education to review and audit approved educator preparation programs to assess the extent to which they provide coursework and clinical training aligned with evidence-based literacy instruction, commonly referred to as science of reading. The requirements apply to applicable State Board of Education approved programs that prepare educators responsible for teaching reading or foundational literacy skills. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1828 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1828. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Lang.
Move the table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1064, an act relative to liability of governmental units. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1064 FN be referred for interim study. HB 1064 FN would modify the standards and limits for governmental liability for negligence and require political subdivisions to indemnify employees for actions taken within the scope of their employment, absent wanton or reckless conduct. The bill seeks to expand the scope of claims and increase liability caps for governmental units. The committee determined that this issue would benefit from further study, including the fiscal impact on municipalities and the broader restructuring of the state's liability framework. At this time, though, regardless of the committee's determination, I ask that you consider an alternative motion that will now be proposed by the gentlewoman from District 19.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. We've been asked to vote down the interim study so that a different motion can be made. Is there any question on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study? Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor is open. The floor is open for an alternative recommendation. Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move ought to pass, and I'd like to speak very briefly on my motion.
Yes.
I just want to thank everyone for giving this opportunity. I believe this bill has a lot of merit. It's going to be moving over to finance, and I'd like to have some time with the good senator from District 5 and I to work on it and see what we can come up for next week. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1064. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1217, an act permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon?
Thank you, Madam President. I move to table.
On the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1299, an act permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances and establishing that certain biological sex distinction do not qualify as discrimination. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon?
Thank you, Madam President. I move again to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 1419, an act establishing a commission to study whether a court with specialized jurisdiction over corporate, commercial, and equitable matters should be established. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon?
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1419 ought to pass with amendment. HB 1419, as amended by the House, establishes a commission to study the feasibility, benefits, and risks of creating a specialized court or business docket with jurisdiction over corporate, commercial, and equitable matters, including potential statutory reforms and economic impacts. The committee amendment replaces the commission with a legislative study committee to examine the creation of a business court or similar framework and report its recommendations. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting House Bill 1419 ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the committee amendment. This bill purports to create a study committee to create a court of chancery. That's not a court that is typical in the U.S. legal judicial system. It's a court that's more likely in other countries. It does so because it believes we need a business court. We already have a business court here. It was established in 2008. It has a full docket. It has worked for years here. And the Chancery Court, it says, will have equitable powers. The existing business court has equitable powers. That's not unique to a court of chancery. That court does, in fact, do injunctions and specific performance. But it will take time for the Office of the Administrative Courts to educate the study committee to what that court is. It also seeks to look at the Business Corporations Act. That is a vast body of law, and that is a lot of time for the Secretary of State's office to react to and go through that with this committee. It seeks to recruit chancellors, again, not nomenclature that we use here in the U.S. legal system, who are business and economic development. I would say, and in addition to create clerkship opportunities, there are existing partnerships to create for the UNH School of Law, and it's a robust relationship with the administrative offices of the courts, existing law firms and law schools, and we're home to one of the highest ranking patent law schools in the United States. That's already here. But that's a lot of times for the Office of the Courts and the UNH School of Law to go to the study committee and do that. And then it seeks to look at the fiscal impact of fees and taxes. The LBA and the DRA, of course, are the ones to take on the Herculean task of looking at what that tax effects is on our economy. It seeks to talk about branding and marketing. Again, a function of the Business and Economic Affairs Bureau. They already do that. Now they're going to explain that to this committee. And then statutory and constitutional changes. So in addition to all of those state agencies and organizations, the expected members, in addition to the House and Senate members of this committee, are the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, or his designee, the Secretary of State, or his designee, the Dean of the Law School, and the Commissioner of the BEA, in addition to corporate lawyers with some expertise in governments. I think this is a ridiculously huge and broad purpose for this study committee. This vision of somehow creating something out of that, I think, could be broken down into other areas, or perhaps the people, the sponsor interested in this, could just do some homework about what already exists here in the state of New Hampshire. I think it's a great demand on our state resources and probably not ready to be a study committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gannon?
Yes, thank you, Senator, but I wasn't really sure how you felt about that. The House members strongly believe that this will make us competitive with states like Delaware. And the 15 words that made it clear to me were written by a much smarter senator than myself. The words said, "The members of this committee shall consist of 3 members of the House of Representatives." No senators. That convinced me. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1419. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 1447, an act restricting the use of certain public and private facilities on the basis of sex and establishing that such restriction does not qualify as discrimination. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in...
May I have a PI?
You may have a PI.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know this bill is one of many today and well over a dozen this year targeting a super minority in the state, and that transgendered Granite Staters come in every single time to advocate against the destruction of their civil rights, and if I know we heard testimony in committee that this legislation unfairly targeted the transgender community in New Hampshire and was driven by a vocal minority spreading fear, misinformation, and stereotypes while denying the existence of transgender people, was correct in their assessment. And finally, if I know the unrelenting attacks on our transgender community have become the exact kind of bullying that this body has continuously passed legislation to curb, and our voters actually desperately need us to work harder at lowering costs, expanding housing, and providing greater opportunities, would I now vote no on the tabling motion so another motion can be made?
Senator Gannon?
Thank you. Make a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. If I know that this bill's purpose is to protect women and men on the sports fields, especially women, because of their smaller size. I watched my daughter this weekend play a trans who had to outweigh her by 60 pounds. It just was unfair. So in the pursuit of women, protecting women's privacy and men's privacy in the bathrooms, and letting our wardens and matrons do the appropriate thing that they think is in the best interests of the prisoners, would I not now vote in favor?
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1252, an act requiring the Department of Safety to only administer tests for commercial driver's licenses in English and prohibiting the assistance of an interpreter during such tests. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator McConkey for the committee.
Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that 1252 FN ought to pass with an amendment. House Bill 1252 FN would require Department of Safety to only administer tests for commercial driver's licenses, commonly referred to as CDLs, in English and prohibit the assistance of an interpreter during tests. The amendment permits the Department of Safety to permit approximately 120 CDL license holders that have taken the test in the previously acceptable languages with or without interpreters to continue to renew their licenses without a need to retest. I respectfully ask the Senate body to join the Senate Transportation and Voting ought to pass with Amendment 2026-1736. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? A roll call has been requested by Senator Birdsall, seconded by Senator Lang. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1252. Senator Fenton wishes to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1252 as amended. And let me start, as I always start with issues like this, and that's public safety. I care deeply about the safety of our roads. My kids are on them every day. They're stuffed in my wife's minivan, always driving around. And I want them to know that they're safe. But after reviewing this bill and hearing the testimony, I don't believe 1252 makes our roads safer. Even as amended, grandfathering in current CDL holders, the fundamental issue remains is that our system is already working. New Hampshire Division of Motor Vehicles testified clearly that we are in full compliance with federal law. CDL skills or tests are already conducted entirely in English, and that's not optional, that is required. And when it comes to the knowledge testing, yes, New Hampshire allows for multiple languages, but that is explicitly permitted under federal law. More importantly, the results speak for themselves. In several years, the DMV could only point to one issue, and that individual was stopped before even getting on the road. So that's exactly how the system is supposed to work. Identify problems early and prevent unsafe drivers from ever operating. So again, I ask, if the system is working, why are we changing it? And second, this bill goes beyond federal law. Even with the amendment, we are removing flexibility that the federal government intentionally allows. And New Hampshire has been following federal standards to the letter and doing it successfully. This bill doesn't fix a gap, it creates a new restriction where none is needed. And third, we cannot ignore the workforce impact of this bill. We are in the middle of a CDL driver shortage, and that's not theoretical. It's affecting our supply chains, our small businesses, and everyday costs for our Granite Staters. Even if current drivers are grandfathered in, this bill makes it harder for new drivers to enter the workforce, and that has real consequences. Fewer drivers means slower deliveries, it means higher costs, and it means more strain on our local businesses. And this is at a time where we should be expanding our workforce, and this bill narrows that pipeline. And fourth, let's talk about what they actually have to do to become a CDL driver. These individuals undergo serious training, often costing upwards of $10,000 to demonstrate proficiency and safety. If they fail this test, guess what? They don't get a license. It's that simple. The DMV has been clear. They are not putting unsafe drivers on the road. And finally, I just want to address the assumption at the heart of this bill, that language alone determines safety. We all know that's not the case. We've seen native English speakers struggle with signage, just as I struggle to speak on that, especially as conditions and standards evolve. Safety comes from training, enforcement, and accountability, not just language. And again, our current system already ensures that the drivers meet those standards. So colleagues, even as the bill is amended, this bill remains a solution in search of a problem. It goes well beyond federal law without evidence that doing so improves safety, and it risks worsening a workforce shortage that is already impacting our economy. And it changes a system that by every measure we've heard is working. We all want safer roads, Madam President, but this bill does not move us closer to that goal. And for those reasons, I urge you to vote ITL. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1252. A roll call has been requested by Senator Birdsall and by Senator Lang. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard's excused. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 14 to 8. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which is referred House Bill 155 FN, an act reducing the rate of business enterprise tax. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 155 ought to pass with amendment. This bill came over from the House that sought to lower the business enterprise tax, the largest benefits of which would have been to primarily the large multi-state, multinational corporations, and would have resulted in a $52 million annual revenue loss to the state. Given the current economic climate, the committee believed that this to be fiscally imprudent. The committee amendment instead raises the threshold or floor for needing to even file or remit the business enterprise tax to $375,000, an increase of $77,000. As a result of this change, approximately 3,500 New Hampshire small businesses will no longer have to file or pay the business enterprise tax. This will truly benefit the small mom-and-pop type businesses here in New Hampshire that we all value and want to help by saving them from unnecessary administrative burdens, putting money in their pockets. This comes with a much smaller price tag of $2.5 million. The committee further amended the bill to address the exigent circumstances surrounding nursing homes and the Medicaid long-term care per diem reimbursement rates by appropriating $2.5 million of excess MET revenue, or Medicaid enhancement tax revenue, or general funds to be matched with federal funds to stabilize the per diem long-term rates received by our nursing homes, including our county nursing homes. As amended, by the committee, HB 155 is a fiscally responsible piece of legislation that will put more money in the hands of our small New Hampshire businesses and protect our state's elderly residents by stabilizing the funding to our nursing homes. The Ways and Means Committee unanimously asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee amendment, which adds a section 2 to the bill to appropriate $2.5 million of state funds to be matched with federal funds to help stop that emergency in the nursing home sector that occurred over the winter when nursing home rates were recalculated. 33 nursing homes, including 10 county nursing homes, ended up with substantial rate cuts on January 1st. There are several reasons why we really need to make sure we have a viable nursing home sector and prevent losing more nursing home beds. Medicaid pays for 60% of nursing home care in New Hampshire. If nursing homes, most of which are privately owned, cannot cover their costs when losing money from the largest payer, they face several choices, all of which have an impact on our overall healthcare system and our people. First, they might close altogether, as a 45-bed facility did in North Conway last fall, just recently, a nursing home in Whitefield declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Second, if they don't close altogether, they might close units to save money on staff and supplies. Both of these scenarios will result in patients remaining in hospitals beyond the point when they need hospital level of care because there isn't a nursing home bed available. The end result is a financial drain on hospitals and a lack of available beds for patients who do need to be in the hospital. I hope the body will agree with me that we must do what we can to ensure the safety and well-being of our frail, low-income seniors and vote to adopt the committee amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or floor amendment? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer floor amendment number 1754S and like to speak to my amendment.
Yes, you may speak.
Thank you very much. So this is basically the same exact amendment, except when we had DRA look at it, the committee amendment, there was a mistake in the date. And so this bill just changes the floor amendment, fixes the date problem, and I'd ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1754. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. This bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 155. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which is referred House Bill 1102 FN, an act increasing the research development tax credit cap. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1102 ought to pass with amendment. This bill raises the aggregate amount of tax credits that can be issued under the research and development tax credit from the current $7 million to a $10 million cap starting in 2028. The current cap has been in place for 8 years. The bill also raises the individual tax credit that a business can receive from $50,000 to $100,000. The individual cap has not been adjusted in 15 years. The committee heard testimony confirming the importance of this tax credit to New Hampshire companies. It is also used as a recruitment tool to attract other businesses to conduct research here in New Hampshire. The credit is routinely oversubscribed, resulting in a prorated amount of credit issued to eligible companies. The committee amendment adjusted the effective dates of the two increases to minimize the fiscal impact, pushing the $3 million aggregate increase off until the next budget cycle. The increase in the individual cap takes effect on January 1, 2027. The committee amendment also brings New Hampshire more in line with its neighboring states with regard to state park entrance and usage fees, charging more for out-of-state visitors than for New Hampshire residents. It will allow the Commissioner to provide discounted or waived rates to veterans and school groups. The Ways and Means Committee unanimously asks for your support on the motion of all to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1102. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be in a 3-minute recess. The Senate will come out of recess. We are at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we'll take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. In the Committee on Commerce, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1540, an act relative to municipal health ordinances and accessory dwelling units. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1540 ought to pass. This bill would clarify that municipalities retain authority to enforce local health ordinances related to septic safety and maintenance when regulating accessory dwelling units. The economy and businesses in lake communities depend on water quality. Properly functioning septic systems are important, and when systems are overloaded or fail, excess nutrients can lead to cyanobacteria blooms in our lakes and ponds. By a vote of 5-0, the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1540. As I understand it, there's an amendment to this bill coming from the senator from District 21, and I look forward to supporting that amendment, Madam President. So, Commerce Committee again asks for your support on 1540, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins-Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Amendment 2026-1828, and I'd like to speak to my amendment. Thank you. Many of you may recognize this amendment as a bill we've taken a Senate position on, which is SB 669. I have a constituent who's a veteran and a small business owner that has a business model he's working on that I think could be beneficial to the state. So I appreciate your vote on this amendment. Oops, is my number causing controversy?
Repeat what the amendment number is.
Well, the copy I have in my hand is 1828, but it says 1842 on my floor guide, so maybe I have an old copy. Okay, Madam President, may I please introduce Amendment 2026-1842 instead?
You may, Senator.
Thank you very much.
The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment number 1842. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1540. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1275, an act relative to the effects of polyfluoroalkyl substances on agriculture. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I would encourage you to vote ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1275 grants farmers immunity from civil liability for damages arising from claims related to PFAS sludge contamination found on their land. It is intended to protect farmers who unknowingly operate on contaminated property. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources encourages you to vote ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the committee amendment number 1593. This amendment to House Bill 1275 takes a bill that was originally about preventing PFAS contamination of land and protecting the public from PFAS exposure and pulls it in an opposite and harmful direction. It creates a sweeping federal carve-out that undercuts the entire purpose of the bill by exempting products tied to the U.S. Department of Defense through ITAR/EAR. The amendment effectively says that some PFAS uses are too important to regulate, and that is a major policy shift. Instead of reducing PFAS exposure, it protects a whole category of high-risk inputs into the sewage system. And these are not minor uses. Defense-related materials have historically been a major source of PFAS contamination nationwide. In fact, it was Department of Defense PFAS-related materials that tipped us off into New Hampshire about our own PFAS problems. Critically, PFAS legislation prevents contamination by stopping potential contamination at the source. This amendment does the opposite. By carving out an entire class of products, it guarantees continued PFAS entering into the waste stream, eventually ending in biosolids, farmland, and wastewater, and that undermines any claim that the bill is addressing PFAS in any meaningful way. It reinforces a core argument against land application of sludge without providing any measures to prevent continued PFAS contamination of land. You cannot safely manage sewage sludge if you allow continuing ongoing PFAS inputs. Wastewater systems are not designed to remove PFAS. So if certain industries are allowed to continue using them, those chemicals will continue cycling into sludge. This amendment intentionally strengthens the case that land application of sludge should be phased out entirely. I digress. While powerful actors receive exemptions like defense contractors, our farmers, our municipalities, and our residents are going to be left dealing with the consequences of that contamination. The imbalance raises serious equity issues. Those least responsible for PFAS pollution will bear the greatest risk. This amendment harmfully changes the bill beyond recognition from its original form and intent. Adding a PFAS product exemption into what was supposed to be a sludge ban and farmer/farmland protection bill shows how far this legislation has now gone astray. Instead of prioritizing public health through rulemaking, it becomes a vehicle for carve-outs. This amendment dilutes the original intent and turns the bill into legislation that protects polluters. I encourage my colleagues to vote against the committee amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make a quick note for everyone to consider that there are currently 5 exemptions already, and the amendment simply adds a 6th one, which is important to national security. So, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Birdsall is recognized for a proposed floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer Amendment 1792S and to speak to my amendment.
You may speak.
I want to thank the Energy and Natural Resource Committee for their work on this important bill. Providing access to safe, clean drinking water is one of our state's highest priorities, and this bill continues our fight against PFAS contamination. This amendment is a request from the Department of Environmental Services. The PFAS Response Fund helps communities dealing with PFAS pollution based on the state standard of 12 parts per billion. Since we've set up the PFAS Response Fund, the EPA has adopted a federal standard of 4 parts per billion. Giving the Commissioner of DES discretion to use the federal standard will make an additional 196 public water systems across New Hampshire eligible for PFAS Response Fund grants. This would serve more than 320,000 of our granted staters. PFAS is not a local issue. It's hitting most of southern New Hampshire. Expanding access to the PFAS Response Fund will help provide clean drinking water for thousands of additional New Hampshire families. DES has used the PFAS Response Fund to help communities above the state standard, and we need to give the department this discretion in order to use the resources we have to benefit more affected communities. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1792. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1275. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1718 FN, an act relative to authorizing energy storage in connection with net metering. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to move ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1718 affirms that energy storage may be added to a net meter distribution generation facility, and that energy discharged from storage may be compensated under net metering rules. The amendment makes technical changes to bifurcate the roles and responsibilities of DOE and the PUC. But I want to add that we've realized there is an issue with the committee amendment, so I'm going to ask you to vote down the committee amendment, and the member from District 4 is going to bring a floor amendment that corrects the issue. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? The senator from District 17 has asked us to vote down the committee amendment so that another amendment may come forward. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment say aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce Floor Amendment 1791S.
You may speak
to it. Thank you. Inadvertently, I made a mistake in the committee amendment. The department wanted us to change commission to department in one place because of the when the department was founded. We're still sorting out some of the duties that belong with the commission and with the department. So now the floor amendment makes that change from commission to department in the appropriate place in statute. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1791. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1718. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Yes. Yeah. Committee, the Senate will be in recess for 5 minutes. The Senate will be out of recess, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which it was referred, House Bill 1544, an act prohibiting the use of scented products in public areas of state buildings. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Reardon for the committee.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lang.
Table.
The motion to lay on the the motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. Okay, where's this? Okay. Okay. Without objection, House Bill 1574 is special ordered to May 14th. I'll put this here, Tammy. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 1651 FN, an act establishing a sexual assault orders of protection and relative to sexual assault survivors' rights. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Altshuler for the committee.
Senator Altshuler.
Wait a minute, did
Thank
I
you.
read that wrong?
Thank you very much. This was pulled with consent, right?
You may speak,
Oh,
Senator.
okay, yes. Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 1651 FN, as amended by the House, establishes a civil process for sexual assault protective orders, allowing victims to seek relief in circuit court under procedures similar to domestic violence cases, and expands sexual assault survivors' rights, including requiring preservation of evidence, collection kits for the longer of the statute of limitations or 20 years, and providing additional notice regarding the status of such evidence. Oh, the committee recommends ought to pass unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to introduce floor amendment 1651, the amendment to that, which is 2026-1814S. It's an amendment that gives victims of sexual assault relief against the alleged perpetrator for the victim's protection.
The question is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1814. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1651. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. For unanimous consent, I rise as I wanted to offer my thanks for all the kind words and prayers upon the death of my brother, and particularly I wanted to say that the beautiful flowers arrived at a time when it was a particularly low and difficult afternoon, and it just really lifted my spirits, and I understand ever more how much of a true family the Senate is and how much I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lang?
Thank you. Ask permission for unanimous consent?
Yes.
Colleagues, 25 years ago today, in this very city, a miracle and a disaster happened at the same exact instant. That single event was the birth of my youngest daughter. Now, as to the miracle, holding that child in my arms within minutes of birth is just simply life-altering. Like a sneak thief in the night, she completely stole my heart. She wraps me around her little finger with ease and has captured all my love. Now to the disaster part. God, in his perverse humor, has decided to make her just like me. And for that, though, I am also thankful, though I apologize to everybody else in the world. So, as I stand here today, humbled by the majesty and magic of life, I have to say I'm a better person for her being in my life, and I hope you all join me in wishing her a happy birthday. Thank you very much.
Senator, please give her our best wishes for, hope she has a wonderful birthday today. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. I'm hoping that because the Senate is a family, we can all send best wishes to Senator Ricciardi.
Senator, we will, and we are. We miss her today. I would like a moment of unanimous consent. Well, Senator Perkins-Coker first.
Mine is quick. I just wanted to announce that today in Portsmouth is Hit the Decks. We have opened all of our waterfront areas to come socialize, so we probably won't all make it over there today, but would love to invite any of you over to the Seacoast for the summer season to share a beverage at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So I would like just a moment of unanimous consent. This week is Legislative Staff Week, and I would like to take a moment to recognize our staff for the hard work they put in behind the scenes. They make sure that everything runs smoothly for us to be able to do the work that our constituents sent us to do. So on behalf of the Senate, I'd like to thank each and every one of you, from the Senate staff to the joint staff, for all you do. Thank you all very much. Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Okay, seeing none, without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and forming committees of conference. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.